Arwin Santos was earlier on to Poi Eram. They're not going to give him that three-point shot anymore.
Without question, because Poi Eram completely lit up Junmar Fajardo on from the perimeter. Poi rejected by Junmar, and a lot more aggression to start this game on defense for San Miguel.
2 possessions, Poi Eram almost or fell on the floor. Second time getting blocked by Junmar Fajardo.
Muli lamang ang TNT ng 2-1 after a 115-98 win in game number 3. They're looking to go up 1-3 against San Miguel. And the last time actually, as Rosario can finish, the last time San Miguel went down 1-3 was against Alaska back in that Miracle conference. It's been a while since they've had this kind of problems or adversity.
And they don't want to have that to happen again, because what are the odds of that being able to happen again, right? You know you've done it before, but obviously that was a couple of years ago. There is some age. It's a different situation. Though it is possible. You'd rather not play with those odds. You'd rather go 2-2 and make it at best of 3.
Especially against such a formidable team in TNT. Look at Junmar Fajardo just carving out space inside, as the Kraken drew for a bounce-back game after a so-so performance in game number 3. Rosario had to give it up to JP, who lets it fly.
Hesitation that time, unlike in game number 3, right when he would catch that basketball, he would take it.
Poi Eram shot 3 of 5 from beyond the arc in game number 3, and he was also our best player of the game after a monster performance. An offensive foul is whistled there on Arwin Santos of that illegal screen.
Well, he was moving.
Pogoy.
We talk about R.R. Pogoy. He's the one that's been consistent all throughout this series. 23 points in game number 1. In game number 2, 21. And in game number 3, Pogoy with 26.
You notice right away, Dom, they are trying to make a concerted effort to get the ball in Junmar Fajardo's hands in the offense.
Back to the starting 5, back to basics against, you just
Makes
go
a
back.
lot of sense.
How many championships has this won you?
Yeah.
So they're going back, Junmar Fajardo, we all know, coming off an injury that not too many people will have gone through. Took a while, but you can see he's about 85% right now. And 85% Junmar Fajardo, you're still gonna command a double. You're still gonna get 10, 15 points at least, and and the opportunities that you open up for the others, and just that comfortability level. These 5 guys on the floor know what each other will do.
They can probably run the offense in their sleep. No? Even kumaga, they just see each other again after a week or a month. Alam nila kung saan pupwesto eh. That's the kind of experience this 5 has.
You can anticipate already.
Yeah. Airball there from Santos. Bola pabalik sa TNT, was not yet scored in this ball game. Williams trying to break down Ross. Williams said that Ross was the best defender on him so far in his young career, and he finds JP Eram for a 3-pointer.
I think Chris Ross is a terrific defender, and he's one guy that when you're playing San Miguel, you just hope and pray that he's not defending you.
That's true. I think every guard in the league would probably wish that.
Even if you're a big man, you still don't want it.
True. Miss there from Kabagnot. Here comes TNT. Rosario.
Look at that ball movement, Sean. TNT really trying to move that ball, trying to be a little bit quick, move that ball to get the defense of San Miguel working.
That ball was whipping around in game. Yung San Miguel, they would get the ball from the strong side, weak side to the corner so quickly.
And that's the way to beat the zone. Either you dribble, you penetrate, make the defense contract and then kick it out, or you move that basketball really quick.
Let me ask you this though. For a team that shoots so well, Junmar cut that basket off that nice little twirl against Poi Eram. Bigyan mo pa ng isa.
Still single coverage on Junmar Fajardo down low.
And that's 2 now on Poi Eram.
Remember, Kelly Williams still not able to play in today's ball game, so that's going to put a lot of onus on the defense of Dave Marcelo.
A mini flex from Junmar Fajardo. More of a fist up than a flex for Abay, who now has 4 points in the game. In game number 3, Fajardo finished with 14 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists. He has the most double-double so far this conference. Miss there from Rosario. Here comes Cabagnot on the run for San Miguel. Alex, nice find, pero nandyan yung depensa ni Pogoy, and a foul given up by Junmar.
And not a great start by TNT, only with 3 points. But you gotta credit the defense of San Miguel. They are challenging every single shot.
Montalvo against Cabagnot one-on-one. Kip trying to put the moves on Alex. Gorgeous move. No go. Laban na loose ball. Napunta kay Williams. Williams offensive rebound for TNT.
Chuck Kip Montalvo also with 11 points in game number 3. You talk about a guy who stepped it up.
Without question, one of the breakout performers. And Williams just cannot seem to get it going on a consistent basis when it's Ross defending him, Dom.
Well, Chris Ross, because he's so quick, he can anticipate where you're going. And it is frustrating for Mikey Williams. Why? Because he's a stocky point guard. So he can take the contact, and he's also quick. But Chris Ross can keep in step and able to anticipate where he wants to go.
That's the thing, and that's the smarts of Ross, a former, best player of the conference. Santos finishing off that nifty pass from Cabagnot.
So just easy, good start being shown by the Beermen, getting layups, getting 2 points down low with Junmar Fajardo.
Pogoy gets Santos on a switch over to Eram. Good shot is rolling with JP Eram pa rin, hindi pa niya tinatanggal. Montalvo atake, flip pass over to Poy. Tough pass inside, read perfectly by Ross, who has been a nightmare. Chris, ilalabas muna dahil nandyan si JP.
10%, Chuck, 10% shooting for TNT right now, 42 for San Miguel.
They put JP on an island against June.
Para sa aming mga
for you to go down slower. So they're able now to keep in step with TNT. The problem, if you're San Miguel, if you miss the shot, how quick are you going to be able to get back on transition?
And TNT on the other end, Pogoy, Montalvo, Williams just flying up and down the floor. Ganda naman ng recovery na ni Rosario to squeak by Santos. So TNT, despite the tough start, just hanging around, only down by 3 with less than 6 minutes remaining in the first.
See, almost every single time they're going to Junmar to initiate the offense.
Reseal is Fajardo. Cabagnot penetrating. That familiar signature bicycle layup by Cabagnot for 2.
And because they started with Junmar, the defense contracted. When they swung that ball, Cabagnot now had an open lane to the basket.
It has been so fun to see Kip Montalvo na every single game, Dom, parang nadadagdagan yung kumpiyansa niya to create for his team.
Well, Kip Montalvo, you know he's a winner. He's come from a great basketball program. So it's just a matter of time for him to be able to get into the system of the PBA and really be able to shine.
Is it crunch time? That's the question. And from what we've seen so far in the first period, that could be the answers. Alex Cabagnot, a much more aggressive start to this game number 4, Tom.
Well, Alex Cabagnot, 12 points, 4 of 14 from the field, only 2 assists. That's a statistic that if you're Alex Cabagnot, you want to be able to improve on. Why? Moving that basketball, he really fuels this team in a different way. We know everybody in the team can do that. There's Romeo coming off the bench, Tautua as well, Junmar Fajardo on the post. But Cabagnot orchestrates. He's the leader. He has been the point guard for San Miguel. He has led this team to so many championships. So when he's starting to be aggressive and he's leading, everybody follows.
And don't forget, Cabagnot is top 10 all-time in PBA history in assists. So this is a man who can move that ball around for San Miguel. Mimitis nga lang sa free throws etong TNT. Tautua is in the floor together with CJ Perez. Referee saying that the basket will not count as Rosario whistled for a foul on Moana Tautua.
So look at San Miguel really trying to attack the big men of TNT. Why? They know kulang ang big man nitong TNT. And you gotta be able to put some pressure on these young guys. These guys can outrun both big men of San Miguel. But if you pound them inside, then they will tire as well.
Castro is on the floor for TNT. Marcelo defending against Big Mo. Ross penetrating. Tautua did not put the ball down, just decided to elevate for the deuce.
Tautua plays a key role for San Miguel coming off the bench. Because when you have Arwin Santos there in Junmar, you know every single time basically they're going to go to Junmar. Because Arwin is a good spot-up shooter. You can kick it out to him. Or he's a great off-the-ball, cut to the basket, get offensive rebounds. On the other hand, with Tautua there down low, it gives Junmar time to rest from posting up. But you still have that low post presence in Tautua, especially against Troy Rosario.
Kumaga, it is a wealth of options, especially in the paint, no, for both to have both Fajardo and Tautua as an option. Marcelo, though, almost got that offensive rebound after the foul by Big Mo. Still a 5-point lead for San Miguel that has held TNT. I remember they scored 29 points in the first period of game number 3. They've only got 9 so far.
Well, 9 points of those 29 came from the three-point area from Point Era. And they had 2 more three-point shots as well.
Lassiter getting the bucket for San Miguel. Lassiter, another guy who could also bounce back. Only had 3 points in game number 3.
But in game number 2, how many points did Lassiter have?
He had the last 2, I'm sure.
The ones that counted.
He had the last 2 points. Yun ang sigurado
And
ako.
the smarts, right? You got to make sure that you have a body on him every single time.
This timeout is brought to you by Firefly.
Good song.
San Miguel Beerman, game 2 up, had a monster double-double performance, had the same. There were times, maybe also what you mentioned, Dom, about him having to chase around JP Aram. Maybe it also did have an effect on his offense.
Oh, definitely. Especially, remember, games 2 and 3 are a Wednesday and a Friday. So there's only 1 day to rest. So that's why this game 2, 3, and 4 are the toughest. And this is the toughest, game number 4, because this is the 3rd game in 5 days.
Right.
Well, what's been tough is the shooting for TNT. 21%. On the other hand, San Miguel, 57% shot. And 16 points. 16 points in the paint.
Everything,
Yes.
literally. No wonder why they're shooting at such a high percentage. As Tautua now made it 18 points in the paint after getting that basket. Marcelo.
And look at Chris Ross.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
not even allowing Mikey Williams to get that basketball.
Chris Ross just completely destroyed that offensive set for TNT.
They're trying to go on a handoff, but Chris Ross denying Mikey Williams.
30-second timeout on the floor requested by TNT. And that's the thing about Ross. Ross is like he's like a sleeping pit bull Doberman na pag ginising mo, you put him in the right situation, it is just so tough to score against him. And a reminder everyone, the Shopee 1010 Brand Festival is ongoing. Abangan mo men, 6:50 p.m. ang Shopee Shake. At baka sakaling ikaw manalo ng 100,000 pesos. Mamaya yan. Pagkatapos ng Meralco versus Magnolia game. Nakapag-check out ka na ba ng Shopee cart mo, Dom?
Madami ng laman yung cart.
Check out. Ano tatakot ka mag-check out?
Natatakot ako mag-check out. Pag nakikita ko magkano yung total.
Ngayon natin, intensive. Pagkakataon mo na to. One move from Castro to get the deuce.
Well, you want, if you're a TNT, for Jason Castro now to be able, because it's basically like 4-on-4 basketball.
Yeah.
When you have Chris Ross denying Mikey Williams. So now you have the advantage with Jason Castro. You know he can penetrate against anyone. So you want him to be aggressive. You want him to get his points at this stage in the ball game.
Grabe yung pectus ni Castro sa layup na yun. Like, how do you even calculate for something like that? Ross. Oh, breakdown could be a foul. Who's it going to go on? Inaako ni Marcelo.
But notice, Chuck, San Miguel, only 3 attempts from the three-point area. Make that 4 attempts from the three-point area. Every single time they are trying to go to the post, or when they attack, they're looking for that little pass when the defense of TNT collapsed for an easy 2.
The Beermen shot 9 of 25 from the three-point line in game number 3. Samantala, TNT shot 13 for 35. It's like they saw something done. Kasi they shot 50% from the two-point area dun sa game number 3. So maybe leaning more heavily towards really getting to the paint.
Well, that and limit the turnovers, right? When you try to go to the paint, even if you say it's predictable type of basketball, when you go to the post to Junmar, there are less turnovers that can happen rather than trying to be quick. When you're more methodical, less turnovers usually.
Speaking of turnovers, hindi nagkaintindihan si Castro tsaka si Pugoy dyan. Pugoy will take a seat. Less than 3 minutes remaining in the first. The pace decidedly slower. It's been a ground and pound type of game. Beautiful find as Big Mo getting it from Lassiter for the deuce.
They are just being so unselfish right now. 6 assists now for the Beermen.
Lassiter able to force another turnover on TNT. Here comes Marshall. Uh-oh. Could be on Poi. If the rest, it's foul number 3 on Eram. Oh, this is a big
That's
development.
huge. Because basically the next guy out of the bench for TNT as a big, they've used Glenn Cobuntin a number of times to play the 4.
But Coach Leon is basically forcing TNT to have to keep Eram on the floor because it's double bigs.
Well, now they're forced to put in Troy Rosario and Dave Marcelo.
Right.
So if they get the big men into foul trouble early, then guys like Tautua and Junmar Fajardo will have an even easier time down low.
Marcelo's going to play a big role in protecting the paint for TNT dito sa ating first half. Heruela on the floor as well for Tropang Giga. Rosario, Williams from outside. No go on the triple from Mikey Williams. First time for San Miguel to have a double-digit ball lead, rather. Perez again. Tautua, another basket inside. He will go to the free throw line.
They're really trying to attack And when they attack, they get the defense to collapse, and then they're dishing off. You look at CJ Perez, you look at Cabagnot, we've seen a number of times. Lassiter, we've seen it a number of times. Chris Ross, we always see it.
So let's reset the foul situation. It's Aram with 3, and now Rosario has 2 fouls as well. And if you're Coach Leo, get him all in foul trouble. I would imagine that would be the strategy right now, as Tautua has just been relentless attacking the paint.
And it hasn't been just Tautua down low, right? You're not just passing him that basketball to post up. It's actually the guards initiating the offense, making the defense collapse, and then
May isa pang sakit ng ulo para sa TNT as Terrence Romeo is now on the floor. Rosario for 3, no go. Marcelo second serving is good.
you know, those little pickups, offensive rebounds by Dave Marcelo, definitely key as well for TNT.
Romeo trying to look for Mo. 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Romeo might have to create. No go there, and a foul is going to be called. Oni Bierman could be on Fajardo. Good defense in that exchange by TNT.
Able to box out that time properly and make a stop. The luxury of San Miguel now, they don't have to have Junmar Fajardo play 40 minutes, 42 minutes. Remember, prior to his injury, that's what they were doing prior to the arrival of Mo Tautua.
It's going to be a foul. Could be on Romeo. Free throws, yeah, and that's something that TNT will definitely need to capitalize on, especially without Fajardo on the floor. The adjustment for Coach Chot probably will have to be, if you're thinking about it, Domno, yung getting the ball in the paint, maybe that entry pass is something that they have to deny a bit more.
Oh, for sure. But you look at the first 6 minutes when they were going to Junmar, that's when they were going down low. Now, it's not necessarily dumping it in the post. They're attacking, and then when the defense collapses or helps out, they dish it off to the big man. So the rotation on defense has to be quicker.
Free throws have also been a problem for TNT. Parang dami na nilang minimintis dito sa first quarter.
Three of 5 so far for TNT from the free throw line.
Perez. Tautua. Libre sa labas. No go. Look at TNT trying to push the pace once again. Pogoy unable to get that shot over Big Mo.
San Miguel able to get
Bilis.
down.
Bilis ng baba ng depensa ng San Miguel. Ross. Fade away. Yes.
They just keep on attacking, trying to keep TNT on their toes.
Ross looks so engaged to start this first quarter on both ends of the floor. 6 seconds. Castro has to create. Pogoy against Ross. And that is a recipe for disaster. And it has been a tough start to this game for TNT. While San Miguel has come out guns blazing, playing with a nastiness, led by this guy, Big Mo, off the bench though with 10 points already in only 5 minutes.
You gotta love what he's done. And he's not taking shots from anyone. He's making himself available. He's hustling, putting himself in positions to be successful just like that.
Unselfish play by San Miguel has brought them a big lead at the end of the first quarter. It's a 12-point advantage as we head into the second frame. Maki-greet at maki-Christmas TV. Paano sumali? Mag-post lang online at gamitin ang hashtag Pasko Shoutout TV5. Ang Sockmet accounts ng TV5. Bihira man tayo magkita-kita ngayon, sigurado magsasama-sama pa rin tayo soon. Kaya naman join na sa Christmas Shoutout ng TV5 dahil atin ang Paskong ito, kapatid.
Well, Chuck, you look at the first quarter, the first 12 minutes, 20 of the 26 points for San Miguel coming from the paint. You look at the field goals right there, 23% as compared to 55% for San Miguel. You look at the turnovers, remember they had 24 in game number 3 and 23 in game number 1. Both games they lost. So far, in the first 12 minutes of game number 4, only 3 turnovers for the Beermen.
And Santos also starting this second quarter with a perimeter and also a long look at a tropang giga. Heruela, tumira, wala yan. Rebounded by Santos.
Well, that 23% shooting for TNT obviously not helping. But what's really helping for them to achieve that number, the defense of San Miguel.
Step back from Terrenceville. Can't get it to drop. Here comes TNT still trying to push. Trying to create something. Pogoy. Oh, put up Perez on skates, but nandyan si Santos para sa rest back.
Gotta love Arvin Santos. That helped defense.
They also had something to say also after that block. Ayan na nga si Arvin Santos. Hinahanapan yung dumipensa sa kanya, hindi niya mahanap doon.
And what you love about Arvin's what, 39-ish?
40-ish?
Yeah. But the competitiveness.
Yeah.
The conditioning. It seems like he's maybe in his late 20s, right? The way he's playing, his athleticism, takes care of his body so well. And that sharpness, when I talk about the sharpness, is that competitive nature that he has wanting to win.
I mean, if you watch the old like FEU games, it's the same person, maybe shorter hair, but it's literally the same Arvin Santos that we've seen for close to 20 decades, I think. Oy,
20 years, not naman 20
20
decades.
years, 2 decades, 2 decades. Another 3 from Santos on cue. 200 years old na siya. 20 decades. My bad.
Warning on Team Barcelona for the 720 call. Two vehicles for Moto.
An impressive start to this game for Big Mo, already in double digits. And while we have this moment, pagkakataon po namin magpasalamat kay PBA, kay Governor Dennis Delta Pineda sa kanyang pagtanggap sa amin dito sa Pampanga. Mabuhay po kayo, Gov Pineda.
A 20-point lead right now.
Look at this.
TNT has not scored in the second quarter.
Coach Chot with no choice but to put back Poy in the game. Remember, he's already got 3 fouls.
So he needs him also on the offensive end. And look at that. You know, the Beermen have just been a step ahead against Poy Aram. Remember his first 2 possessions earlier in the first quarter? First he slid, second time it was a challenge shot. It was a block actually by Junmar.
Heruela, Montalvo, yes! Big shot there for Gib Montalvo.
Well, TNT looking for the other guys to be able to spark things up for their team. Guys like Gib Montalvo, or maybe a Ryan Reyes later on when they start using him again.
This is the matchup to watch as well, huh? Montalvo and Romeo, usually those guys are fireworks when they go head-to-head. Good defense there by Aram. And they're just going to give the ball to Tautu and try to fish that 4th foul.
Exactly.
That's going to go to Tautua time and time again. Pull up from Alex. No. Caruela. Ang ganda ng tapik ni Tautua. Terrence on the run. Libre. Big shot from Terrence Bell, Romeo.
Very few people are allowed to take a three-point shot on a 3-on-1 fast break.
And very few can make them at the rate that this man does. As Terrence Romeo, a three-pointer to make it a 20-point lead for SMB. Stuck that three-pointer at the before going to timeout. Tuloy-tuloy ang kanyang pag-arangkada in terms of performances in the semifinals. Dom, he has been a consistent offensive threat for SMB.
And you look at the Terrence Romeo, what he brings to San Miguel. It just allows a lot of people, take away a lot of pressure from the other scorers of San Miguel. You know that it doesn't matter if the other guys may have an off night. You have a Terrence Romeo, you have a CJ Perez, you have a Mo Tautua, you have a Alex Cabagnot, you have a Marshall Lassiter. So many options for the Beerman.
Oh, big shot there for Mikey Williams. Finally on the board. TNT going with, now it's Glenn Cobuntin at the 4. And nandiyan din si Ryan Reyes. Oh, Aram is down.
Well, looks like Tautua hit him on the way down accidentally.
Para napagsakan siya ni Tautua eh.
Oh, then his head hit on the floor.
Oh, Poy is down. Holding on to his head.
So good defense there by Poy Aram.
Oh.
There, so because he ended up hitting his head on the floor.
And the full weight of Tautua fell on Aram there. You know. Oh. Aram is shaken up.
Yeah, they're gonna try to work on Poy Aram. The key is if there's any blood, or is it gonna be a concussion? So that's why they gotta check on him.
There seems to be something on his side. Hopefully it's he's not busted open right now, but he is obviously shaken up. Rosario is gonna enter the game. Ayan, mukha namang okay si Poy, at least no bleeding.
Well, he's trying to figure out, you know, when you get hit in the, it's a while for you to, you know, for things to clear up. So Poy Aram taking his time, making sure that everything's okay. So far, it looks like he's okay, but obviously the PTs and the doctor would try to figure out, you know, how okay he is.
Oh, but like he's here right now. He needs help to get off the floor. That's never a good sign, and I doubt we're gonna see Aram for the remainder of this half at least. He is still holding it. Baka ano din eh. Baka may bukol na rin sa ano niya, sa mata niya, di ba?
Or if he's wearing contacts.
Oh. So inadvertent contact there from Tautua. The play must continue for TNT. They're gonna have to try to cut down this deficit with Rosario playing the 5. This guy needs to start cooking, Dom. Etong si Mikey Williams.
Well, Mikey Williams trying to attack, maybe create for his teammates, guys like Glenn Cobuntin. You know Cobuntin, when he used to play for his former team, could score in the 20s.
Yep. He's also one of the most athletic forwards in the league. Etong si Cobontin. Tautua, just unstoppable right now.
Well, they're trying to do it one-on-one. Down low so far against Tautua and against Junmar Fajardo.
Williams, no go. Rebounded by Perez. Minutes remaining and a 22-point lead for San Miguel. Romeo lets it fly. The most casual pull-up three from Romeo. He talked about turnovers, 24 turnovers for San Miguel in game number 3. The subsequent quarter pa lang tayo, TNT already has 10 turnovers.
And they've reversed the roles, right? If you're TNT. TNT in the other games has definitely been able to take care of the basketball. TNT in game number 1 only had 11 turnovers. In game number 2, again with 11 turnovers.
Oh.
In game number 3, TNT with 12 turnovers. Number 4, we're only in the second quarter already with 10.
And to make things even worse, even Perez is joining in on the three-point party. Almost a steal. Williams trying to chase away Perez. Pasok inside, Cobontin. Friendly roll to get the deuce and stop that 10-0 run.
7 points so far for TNT in this quarter. On the other hand, San Miguel already with 20.
Tautua. Oh, hinataw lang ni Cobontin. And Tautua flexing on him as he gets that basket to fall plus the bonus.
A little bit late on the help that time for Cobontin.
Pretty late. Wala na, nakaangat na siya eh. Look at Mo flexing on him. And you know what? That's the difference in his game, Don. Remember when we saw him when he started his career with TNT and even with Northport, more of a perimeter-oriented. Ngayon, parang sinimplihan na lang ni Coach Leo yung trabaho ni Mo.
Well, you look at it, when he was with TNT, because he was so athletic and he could knock down the three, you know, they got him comfortable. And the system that TNT was playing, right? Didn't really go down low too much. And then when he got to Northport, that's when things started to change.
Started to click for him.
Coach Pido Harencio wanted him to go down low. He was playing both in and out. Now, basically, because he's not the #1 option.
Yeah.
Things are obviously easier for him, and because of his build, his quickness, his athleticism, things are easier.
And it's looking easier right now for San Miguel. Remember, this is a team. I'm talking about TNT. That just had them on the ropes the entire game 3. It has been a completely different story in this one. As Williams continues to remain ice cold and also got that turnover. Mo wants it against Rosario. Now the double team Cummings.
They're trying to force him baseline now. That's his third.
So now Rosario and Era both with 3 personal fouls. Tautua has been spectacular so far in this ball game. He's got 19 points already. Romeo pull up, no go. 19 points on 6 of 7 from the field for Tautua.
That transition defense of San Miguel has just been awesome. Oh, that could be another foul on Troy Rosario.
Wow. That is foul number 4 for Troy. Marcelo back on the floor. And to make things even worse, you send out Tautuos at 19, you bring in Junmar Fajardo. Once again, the ball goes in the paint. Oh! Perez got Cobontin on skates and almost finished that.
Well, late. His recovery was late. So when he saw Perez was going to his left, he tried to beat him there, but then went off balance.
Na-slip and slide si Cobontin dun sa atake ni CJ Perez. And at this point, everyone, we would like to thank Mount Carmel, our hospital partner in Pampanga. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Medical Center. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtulong dito sa ating PBA. Coach Chot is leaving Williams out there, no? Despite the struggles of Williams.
Gotta remember, no matter how good he is, he's a rookie. Even if he is, he's played international, even if he's played in other leagues, and his age is not really rookie age. But in the PBA, the way things are played, this is still his first time.
2 points, 1 of 6 from the field for Williams, and 4 turnovers. Dave Guapo whipping that ball around. Williams against Perez. Mikey got a little bit of daylight. He will go to the free throw line. 5 minutes remaining and this is math I'm not used to. 29-point lead for San Miguel.
What are you used to?
Shorter deficits. Not this much. Lalo na pag itong dalawang teams.
Oh, Mikey Williams liking this matchup against CJ Perez.
We saw this breakout game, Adam, in game number 3, where Williams, after struggling dun sa kanilang mga labanan, really busted out in game 3. But if you look at the number 7 to 22, that is not yet necessarily a high percentage, but the aggression that he played with, yun yung susi.
And they came out with the win, all right? And the total number of points. Obviously, the first 2 games, 88 versus 89 in the first game, and 96 and to 98 in the second game. But in the third game, they had a total of 115 points.
Finally, a stop there for TNT. Here comes Castro against Santos. Check na check ni Santos yan. Libre si Williams. Another miss and another board from Arwind.
And that was an open 3-point shot from Mikey Williams.
Couldn't ask for a better look. Williams is streaky. As cold as he is, it could only take 1 bucket for Mikey Williams and TNT's forces to turn around. Pero ngayon dominating ang San Miguel. Sa mga satellite subscribers na 3 months nang hindi pa nakapag-load, oras na para ibalik ang saya. Mag-load lang ng kahit anong amount from October 1 to December 31 and get the same amount of load for free. Kaya punta na sa suking retailer at magpa-load na. Taking a look at JP Eram, parang medyo naalog pa rin siya.
Kanina pa niya tinatakpan yung mukha niya.
Yeah. I have a feeling that there could be something. Kasi when you hit the ground with that much force, meron yan eh.
Baka bukol.
Yun na nga eh. Yung nakikita ko baka yun yung iniinda niya eh.
Well, obviously doctors will try to be checking for a concussion there.
You after the half. Oh, Reyes with a steal on Junmar. Lead pass. Pogoy. Yes. Oh no!
Wow. Seldom do you see that.
It's just one of those days. That is a wide open layup, but then again, the specter of an Arwind Santos chasing you can cause even the most, the greatest scorer to take pause.
I think also, because of the defense of San Miguel that they've been showing here the first, especially at the start of the ball game, they've really taken TNT out of their game.
Papaisip ka talaga eh.
Very active defense. Everything is challenged. And look at that. 16 points off turnovers for San Miguel and nothing for TNT. Completely different from games 1 and 3. Also TNT with 12 turnovers. San Miguel with 5.
Three-pointer there from playoff Ross over the outstretched arms of Jason Castro. Sa kabilang panig naman, Williams finally getting a little bit of space against the defense of Chris Ross, but Williams cannot even look at the basket right now. Parang nag-LQ sila ng bola at this point. Di sila magkasundo ng rim, Dom.
Ayaw niya yung side na to. Baka sa second half.
Baka sa second half. Baka naman, mag-iba yung ihip ng hangin para kay Williams. But it has just been that kind of an afternoon.
Well, now Coach Trot Reyes digging deep, bringing in Ping Exeminiano, trying to probably force some turnovers, get some easy baskets. This is a huge 30-point lead.
Williams is now 1 of 4 from the free throw line. Check that, 2 of 5 rather. 53-23, pabor sa San Miguel, and another foul on that drive from Romeo. We'll go on Eximiniano. I'll check that, Ryan Reyes rather. Not the usual scoring game from Romeo, but you also love that when he's playing facilitator. Because so much attention on him pag hawak niya yung bola.
Plus, it definitely keeps everybody on their toes, keeps everybody guessing.
Ross again. No, rebounded by Williams. Met by Ross. Mikey the spin. Ross right there. You can hear Ross shouting, on who? On who was the foul? Ang sagot dyan, Chris Ross. That's going to be his third personal foul.
Oh, he takes so much pride in the defense that he throws on anybody. And Chris Ross is just such a tough defender. Yeah, was that Junmar Fajardo just saying miss?
Sorry.
Yeah, Mikey Williams breaking in a smile.
that mic was mic'd up. Only one person with that kind of baritone voice.
And then here was it, oh shoot?
Yeah. Oh, it was shoot. 1 of 2 para kay Williams. Oh, and a turnover on Ross.
So what Chris Ross does to the opponent, Ping Exeminiano can do the same.
Yes. And from court to court. Isang buong full court press yan si Ping Eximiniano. Williams on Ross, trying to get that 4th foul on Chris. Williams rejected by Junmar called for the foul. That is going to be foul number 5 on SMB. 2.5 minutes remaining in the second period. And you know what this not? San Miguel is not allowing TNT really to get a lot of attempts at transition. Duty foul kaagad nung gusto nila.
You know, and the defense is spot on. I mean, they're in front of the guys that they're defending. They're helping out on the weak side. And then they're challenging all the shots.
Almost a steal once again. Williams. 2 men on him. Marcelo. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Where is it going to go? It's going to be taken away by Ross again. Ross on the run. Counter steal by Reyes. TNT has numbers, and that's going to be Castro all the way.
Possibly the only uncontested shot by TNT.
It's been a while since we've seen a fast break layup and a turnover from San Miguel. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Still a 27-point lead for SMB. Sumal, I checked that Lassiter rather, forcing the issue. And a foul is going to be called on Eximiniano.
15th team foul for TNT.
You have to be curious what the locker room is going to be like for Coach Trot Reyes.
Bloody.
If you think about everything that needs to be worked on, especially the performance of Pogoy and Williams, combined shooting 1 for 16 from the field. I mean,
Chuck, remember
where do you start, Tom?
No, I remember I said Pogoy has been the most consistent.
You did.
TNT player.
Would you say na binati mo?
I'd like to think no. No, but you know, Pogoy, obviously, he's been consistent, scoring in the 20s for TNT. So that's what they're missing, right? You look at the big disparity in the scoring for TNT right now. Plus the foul trouble, early foul trouble to the big men. It's definitely taken out. Na-discaril itong TNT.
Quick shot there from JJ Alejandro. Back on, kakapasok lang sa loob. Pesumal babawi. No. This feels like such a long game, Dom, but
Just fouls in the second quarter.
Just for context, and there's still an entire second half to play. And if Castro and company can have anything to do with this, they're going to try to chip away at this deficit before we head into the second half.
Calling a 30-second timeout right away, feeling a little run here by TNT Tropang Giga.
Yeah, things have gotten a little bit loose for San Miguel. Kaya naman naka back-to-back threes etong Tropang Giga as JJ Alejandro letting it fly. And then after that screen, 6 unanswered points. 4, 5, and 6 courtesy of Jason Castro. It's the thing though, Dom, you don't want to give a team like TNT any hope as well. Especially when you've got the advantage on them the way that San Miguel has. 55-32, still a 23-point lead.
And this team's resilient, TNT. So you don't want them to give, you don't want to give them a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
You want to be the aggressive.
They get the ball in Junmar's hands with 4 seconds remaining. And then the help comes from the weak side. Castro mapipituan. From the weak side, pero nasundutan ni Castro si Junmar.
It's
Free
tough.
throws yan para kay Kraken.
Because they're forcing Junmar towards the baseline, but the guy that's helping is a lot smaller, right? So when he faces towards that baseline, Junmar's 6'9", puts that basketball. You gotta try either to steal that ball before he puts it up, or you're just gonna get called for a foul.
Relatively a quiet game for Junmar. Only 5 points, but just having him on the floor, no, just creates chaos on your defense.
And you gotta prepare a certain type of defense for Junmar Fajardo, and because of that, he opens up opportunities for his teammates. So you just gotta position yourself well when you're playing with Junmar. Go to the open spot, dive, even get an offensive rebound.
Back to a 25-point lead for SMB. Alejandro trying to lose Vaughn. Good defense by Pesumal. Where is Dave gonna go? That's gonna be a brick for TNT. Lassiter could be out of bounds on him, pero bola mananatili dito sa San Miguel with 9 seconds remaining. Question now is what kind of fight back TNT will have in the second half as San Miguel has dominated on all corners and everywhere on the floor in the inside. They're shooting at a high level, and even from the perimeter, they have been red hot. 38%, 5 of 13 from beyond the arc.
And Chuck, this is the best scoring half for San Miguel in the entire series, and the worst scoring half for TNT in the entire series.
Not how you want to end this second quarter, not how you want to play this first half for TNT, but it has been all San Miguel. Because of this man, player of the half brought to you by Firefly, the trusted lighting partner of the PBA. Moala Tautuadom has just been a man amongst boys and has owned the paint in his entire stint in the first half.
Well, huge. He had 10 points in the first quarter. Then he added another 9 here in the second quarter. 7 of 9 from the free throw line. 6 of 7 from the field. Just making himself available, cutting to the right spots, making life easy, not just for himself, but for his entire team.
things are going to have to change drastically for TNT in the second half if they want to get back into this game.
unselfishness, and really maximizing the opportunities that they have every single time.
As Dom mentioned, we had unconfirmed reports, but we heard that Poy Eram was brought to the hospital to receive further attention after colliding with Moana Taudua in the second quarter. Thoughts and prayers, of course, with Poy Eram, and hope he's okay. But without him, that's going to make things even tougher in the second half, because bukod pa dun sa pagkawala ni Eram, even Troy Rosario is in foul trouble. And
Dave Marcelo.
Dave Marcelo as well. So it is going to be tough. But then again, TNT has so many weapons, and anything is possible if they can start clicking on offense.
But you got to remember also, this team, Coach Chot Reyes is a guy that loves defense, a guy that loves to be able to force turnovers, get things quick just like that. And now he's going with a little bit of a smaller lineup, trying to quicken the pace, open things up, get open looks.
Hey, Mikey Williams rather from outside.
And Chuck, we noticed also that halftime, TNT did not go into the dugout.
They did not.
they just, maybe Coach Reyes said, you know what, you guys can't shoot. Start shooting already so you have more time to practice. Also, sometimes you don't need to say anything anymore in the dugout because these players understand they are professionals, what type of effort is needed.
So we'll never know what Coach Reyes said because they never got to the dugout.
Yes.
Maybe it's better. It worked because nakita nga natin Williams stuck his first three-pointer. Pero kaagad nakabawi naman si Junmar. Montalvo, one more. Can't get it to drop, rebounded by the Spider-Man. Oh, no one getting back on defense for TNT and a waltz in Luneta. Para kaya
He said that San Miguel doing a great job of getting down defensively. TNT, on the other hand, not able to do that.
Pogoy, Marcelo, Reyes, and Williams. 5 on the floor for Coach Reyes. Kabila naman. No changes in the starting lineup. It's for SMB.
Pogoy also struggled the first 24 minutes. That's the first 2 points of Pogoy.
All right, we now have an official report that may contusion po sa ulo ni Poy Eram kaya dinala siya sa hospital para ma-check up pa.
Spell contusion.
May bukol sa may iniinda.
Ayan.
May iniinda si Poy Eram. Let's hope
When
that Poy
in
will be
doubt,
soon. Tagalogin na lang. When in doubt, kala ko Tagalogin na lang eh. Ganda naman ang pasa na yan ni Ross kay Fajardo. Kabila naman, Pogoy able to absorb the contact against Arwin. 24-point lead for San Miguel. Backcourt cut, that's going to be a turnover. Reyes unable to control. TNT with 14 turnovers. 14 turnovers and still 2 quarters to play. Alex trying to break down Pogoy. Oh, what a shot. Vintage move from Alex Cabagnot.
They're locked in, San Miguel. They came to play. They want to make sure that they even out this series.
And doing so in a very definitive way as well. Hindi lang yung pa 1-point win eh. Gusto nila talagang kumaga to send a message with this ball game.
Right, it's a statement that they want to send. And because they were sent a statement in the previous game, right? They want to send it back with an even bigger and more solid statement.
By the way, shared to us by Sir Fidel Mangonon, the 9 in the first half equaled already his conference high for this entire stretch inside the Dobsu and the Inares in Shaw. A 110-80 win against Phoenix on September 17. He had 19 points. And now he's equaled it already with still 2 quarters to play. Castro on the floor to replace Montalvo. Rosario also will give it a go and try to stay away from foul trouble.
Wow, Marshall Lassiter just catching and shooting. And you can see the confidence of San Miguel right now. It's been all San Miguel on both ends of the floor.
That's the thing, no, Dom, because all of these players are incredible already. Tapos pag binigyan mo pa ng kumpiyansa at this level, I mean, what can you do against this kind of a team?
And they're playing together, right? That's the most important part. Individually, they're already very strong. But collectively, the experience that they have, even if you say, you know, this is an older San Miguel already, it doesn't matter. They know how to win. And if they're healthy, they're deadly.
Cabagnot, floater is good. Alex has been begging for a foul, but he's been getting buckets kahit walang binibigay sa kanya. And that's against one of the better defenders in the league in R.R. Pogoy. back to a 29-point lead for San Miguel. Castro. No, rebounded by Junmar. Junmar hasn't had to do a lot in this game so far.
And that's a good thing, you know, especially it's a best-of-7 semifinals. And if you're looking ahead, it's going to be a best-of-7 finals. And these games are tough. I mean, you're playing 4 game days in 1 week.
Yeah.
So as much as you can preserve, as much as you can, you know, just be on track and not overexert yourself, that's the best.
Just a reminder for everyone, and especially for you, Dom, na kailangan na mag-check out ng cart. Shopee 1010 Brands Festival na. Abangan mamayang 6:50 p.m. ang Shopee Shake at baka sakaling ikaw manalo ng 100,000 pesos. Mamaya yan. Pagkatapos na Magnolia versus Meralco. Hintayin mo na lang ng 6:50. Sumali ka na rin dyan, diba? Sa Shopee Shake. Baka naman 100 kyaw.
Sakto yun sa mga i-check out mo sa cart mo.
Yun ba yung kailangan mo panalunan para sa cart mo? Shopee, humanda na kayo.
Papapanalunan ko lahat nung nalagay ko sa cart ko, matche-check out ko. Pero pagka hindi, madaming mababawas.
Galing mo na lang sa Shopee Shake, ha? Steal there from Pagoy. Heat check from Roger will not fall. TNT looking for offense. Read perfectly by Ross. And another turnover on the Tropang Giga. Lead pass all the way is Alex Cabagnot. What a find by Ross. Alex goes straight to the bench. And Dom, it's looking grim right now as San Miguel has just opened up its biggest lead of the game. Welcome back to the Doksu Gym in Bacolor, Pampanga. Biggest lead of the game for San Miguel is now at 32, 71-39.
And look at that. Even if they are up by this much, San Miguel challenging those shots.
Ayaw pa rin bigay ni Arwin. Rosario at the free throw line. Signal prepaid, subscriber ka ba? Pero hindi nakapag-load ng 3 months? It's time to bring back the awesome. Load from October 1 to December 31 and get your next load for free. Just go to your nearest load retailer or buy load online. For more details, visit the official Signal Facebook page. 5 points, 5 boards for Troy Rosario. By the way, Fajardo has it's now in double digits and just got his 14th double-double of the conference. That's a league high. Ross, Fajardo, deuce.
Just too easy. You look at the points in the paint. You look at everything, or majority of the score for San Miguel. It's just so easy. That's why you look at their clip in terms of field goal shooting. They're shooting at 57% right now.
We talked about this when the game started. Pinuna natin yung starting lineup ng San Miguel na yung 5
Back to basics.
Na nagdala na napakaraming kampyonato para sa franchise nila, no? And you said you made mention of this, na it looks like they're really just going to try to simplify this and go what has worked with them for so many years.
Remember, the time that they were not successful in the previous bubble, Junmar was injured. They had a number of injuries. They were not able to do that, but they were still able to get to the playoffs. But in the end, they were just basically falling like flies because of injuries. Terrence Romeo also got an injury. So now they know. They're even more confident. Why? Because coming off the bench, they have Tautua, they have Terrence Romeo, plus they have a CJ Perez.
Kapag not also in double digits rather, he already has 12 points in the game. Parto 13 points and 12 rebounds. In comes CJ Perez and Moala Tautua. Castro, two-man game. Kickball, that's going to be a reset of the shot clock to 14. 42 points for TNT. 75 for San Miguel. 17 points ay yung panalo ng TNT against the Beermen in game number 3. Complete turn of events here as Rosario breaking that 3. Ross on the run. Finding Santos, rejected by Troy.
That time able to get back down, but this is something that should usually be the advantage of TNT, which is the quickness, so they should be able to beat San Miguel up and down the floor.
You heard that sweet swish of the basket courtesy of Marshall Lassiter.
Marshall now with 10 points in the ball game.
Williams, floater, no go. Put back from Troy is good. TNT just trading baskets right now with San Miguel. The problem is they're down by 34.
Lassiter hasn't really been playing all too well offensively in the semifinals. In game number 3, he had 3. In game number 2, he had 7. But the all-important 2 points. In game number 1, he did have 10. Now he has 13.
Yung problema, binibigyan nila ng ano eh.
Spasyo.
Oh. And don't forget as well, the second series, that's also a 2-1 right now is Perez. With that rejection on Jason, the Meralcobots will go up against the Magnolia Hotshots Pambansang Manok, and that should be another. That is a physical semifinal series right there. And of course, we have that for you on TV5 as Marshall Lassiter has another 3-pointer for TNT in his pocket. Jason against CJ.
Chris Ross trucked 7 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists. Williams now with 11 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. But 6 turnovers.
Perez over to Tautua. Ross, libre. Oh, napunta pa kay CJ on that offensive. Big Mo. And a foul is going to be called on Cobontin. Nakazona dito yung TNT eh. But the rebounds just could not go their way.
Well, it's tough. I mean, they have to extend out on the shooters. When you extend out on the shooters, if they take a long shot, that's usually a long rebound. And when you're playing a zone defense, you're guarding a spot or a space, not a man. So you have to be able to locate and block out your man, which becomes a little bit more difficult when you're playing a zone.
Especially when you're playing against Arvin Santos and Moala Tautua.
And these guys don't just stand up there and wait for the rebound.
No. They're moving around the entire time. Conference high for Tautua as he got those free throws to fall. Oh, CJ almost got that from the blur. Cobontin, power dribble inside. Sundot, my foul. Couldn't go on Chris Ross based on his reaction. Ross has done a magnificent job on Mikey Williams. Despite Williams going into double digits, hirap na hirap si Williams to get clean looks against the defense of Chris Ross.
Chris Ross is a spectacular defender and throughout his career has improved offensively.
When he got that three-pointer, you know, at around the 30% clip, it made him just a transcendent guard in terms of just his excellent defense, then solid offense.
Remember, that was the finals when they were literally,
without question,
they were egging him to take that three-point shot, and he did, and he made them and won that championship.
Doubles in the conference. Yun na nga yung numero natin on the screen. No? Fajardo leading the way. Abueva and Sangalang and San Harnier each with 7. So we've got 3 active players still in the hunt for most double-doubles, but Julmar obviously leading the way. And nice bounce back game, nice bounce back conference for Pba, you know, Dom, after missing last season. And we can see slowly but surely getting back into the flow.
And you gotta love what San Miguel has done, right? They're not rushing him back. You know, they've given him time. They also understand that San Miguel, they've won a number of championships, but they know, you know, the players will age. They know the players will. They need the other in the off season by getting CJ Perez. TNT with 14 points in the first quarter, 18 in the second. So far here in the third already with 19, so a little bit better. San Miguel, though, on the other hand, 26 in the first and 31 in the second.
Dagdagan mo pa ng 3 in third quarter totals. As Arwin getting another one to fall. If you look up, in the dictionary, stretch 4 PBA player, for sure may picture ni Arwin Santos dyan na makikita.
At di pa uso yung stretch 4 nung time na yun.
Hindi, nandun na siya. Yun ang ginagawa niya. Actually, hindi na nga dictionary, no? I-google mo. Panahon ko na lang ata yung nagdi-dictionary pag may nire-research. And Arwin Santos, once again.
Encyclopedia.
Britannica. Free throw from Castro is good.
Now, you can just ask Google.
Just Google it. Or Wikipedia, nandyan yung mukha niya. It's a stretch 4. 14 points, 4 dimes for the Blurt. 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Romeo trying to put the moves on Bogoy. Romeo dancing. Oh, beautiful! A display of basketball wizardry from Terrenceville Romeo.
All right, I mean, that's the difficulty when you're playing against Terrence Romeo. You can shoot from the outside. He's got great handles. He can attack. You're just gonna have to try and stay in front of him.
On the other end, the one-on-one play did not work for Mikey Williams as he bricked that three-pointer. So much fun to watch as Romeo, especially when he's in the back at 100% once again. Walang iniinda. Extra pass. Perez, libre. Pero nandyan si Santos. Second serving will not fall. Blue shirts on the run. Bogoy. Pubuntin. Nakalusot. bigyan mo pa ng isa.
One of the few times that they get an end one situation.
Transition basket, a rare one, as Perez was trying to give up the foul, pero nakalusot na si Cobuntin. But the lead is still an overwhelming one, and now TNT going, and San Miguel rather, going to their bench as Bam Bam Gamalinda on the floor. Pinahinga muna si Arvin. I doubt we see him in the fourth, but unless this game gets interesting for TNT.
Not unless TNT starts hitting shots, making some stops. Coach Leo Oshia will opt to rest his starters.
Eximiniano tumatao ngayon kay Romeo. Romeo trying to dance on him. Perez, atake. Eximiniano, the foul. And Eximiniano, as great as a defender he is, kaya niya ilagay yung buong team sa penalty situation. Nasa gigil niya talaga pag dumidepensa eh. Ayan ang problema niyan. Free throws pa yan para kay CJ Perez. Human full court press yan si Eximiniano eh.
Hence he earned a nickname called Peskiminiano.
Yeah, that's right. During his time with Alaska.
At saktong-sakto siya nun kasi Alaska at that time playing full court pressure with Coach Alex Compton.
CJ Perez, quiet afternoon, no? Actually struggling from the field. But has focused more on defense rather, has done a solid job as well defending Mikey Williams. This time it's Marshall on Mikey. Williams probing, two-man game, extra pass. Libre si Cobuntin. Pasok yan.
Well-executed play that time. Mikey Williams attracting the defense, finding Troy Rosario cutting to the basket, and Rosario to Cobuntin at the corner.
Hey! Oh, Terrence Romeo putting on a show!
Oh, just a highlight right there for Terrence Romeo.
Woo. Terrence Romeo reached deep into his bag to get that one to drop.
I still remember when he was playing for Gilas, and then there was a clip of him doing his dribbling drills.
And then napasayaw si Jordan Clarkson. Yun, di ba? 2015, I think. Beautiful display there from Romeo. Let's look at that one more time. And that next level move is brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA. Grabe, ilang naka-blue the jersey yung dinaanan ni Romeo for that layup.
And sometimes you just get stunned.
Yeah.
Hindi ka na makareact eh.
Eximiniano gets that second to fall. 2 seconds remaining. And this quarter will end pretty much the same way that it started, as the Beermen have now erected a 30-point advantage heading into the final frame. This time it was Junmar Fajardo who dominated in the paint dome. He has another double-double, his 12th of the conference.
Well, we know that Junmar Fajardo is the best threat offensively down low for San Miguel. He didn't do it just on the post, but he was running the break, he was getting easy shots, and just opened up this basketball game for the Beermen.
Back at the Dovzu Gym in Bacolor, Pampanga for the continuing coverage of the semifinals. Laban ng TNT Tropang Giga kontra sa San Miguel Beermen. dito sa ating 2021 Honda PBA Philippine Cup, brought to you by Honda, the official motorcycle of the PBA.
Chuck, remember we were talking about turnovers and assists. San Miguel in the first 3 quarters only with a total of 11 turnovers. TNT on the other hand with 15 assists. 23 assists for the Beermen, only 13 for TNT.
It's just been the mindset of San Miguel. I felt like really was the difference maker dito sa ating laro doon. Just the way that they played with purpose from the start and even now. They still outscored TNT in the third quarter. There was literally no let up this entire game.
34-29 in that third quarter. And what when you look at San Miguel, you're down 1 and 2. And then the opposing team does not have their starting big man. That's like a slap in the face, right? And that's why I feel San Miguel said, you know what? It's time to start playing. It's time to start playing San Miguel basketball. And that's what they did.
Especially with this guy, just an absolute monster on the floor. Mwala Tautua, already with a conference high and still a quarter to play. And here's an interesting stat also prepared by Sir Fidel Mangonon. The team that has had the highest 3-point percentage and second chance points has gone on and won all the games so far dito sa ating semifinals, at least in the series. Be 45% from the perimeter. And they have 16 second chance points compared to only 9 for TNT. So all the numbers why they're about to pick up this win and even up the series.
And those are all basically hustle statistics, right? Second chance points is something that you get from an offensive rebound. So it's really about wanting that basketball. It's a term that is in basketball games, especially if you're coaching or you're playing. And it's true because you remember a guy named Rudy Hatfield made majority of his points off second chance points off those rebounds. Dennis Rodman arguably could have, but whenever he got that rebound, he just passed it out.
Freddy Abuda. And yung mga players you love to have on the team. Sorry, you're getting that shot over Gamalinda for the deuce. So if you're TNT right now, Dom, 10 minutes and 40 remaining. This is obviously going to be a win for SMB. What are you playing for? Are you still trying to find some things to improve on, or basically is this sort of let's just see what we can do to get better for game number 5?
Well, you want to be able to try and run some things, right? Things that haven't been able to go your way. Able to knock down those 3-point shots, not turn the ball over. You cannot be sloppy. You want to be able to, you didn't start out well. San Miguel started out great. Second quarter, pretty much the same. Third quarter, you're getting better. So you want to be able to improve and take away already all that, how do we say it? I'll say it plainly, that lousiness in how they turn the ball over. Because, one of the things that really pisses coaches off is the turnovers.
Right.
And that's one thing you want to get over and do without for the upcoming games. And even if San Miguel ends up winning this game, it's 2-2. It's best of 3. So you're still in a good position. You're hoping that there's nothing serious with Poy Eram. You're hoping that Kelly Williams will be able to play soon because you definitely need Kelly. Because if moving forward, San Miguel needing to win 2 more games, 2 of the next 3, you know that they will try to go down low again to Junmar.
Nakita na natin yung the game plan for how SMB could have an advantage in this series moving forward. Now it's really up to TNT to make the adjustment. And a lot of people really did believe that this was going to be a long series. No one thought this was going to be a best of 5 or even a sweep. We knew that this had the potential to really go the distance.
But if you look at Coach Chot, right? He said you need a, what was the word he used? Terrific effort or a superhuman effort to be able to beat San Miguel. It is so difficult to beat San Miguel to begin with when you're complete. More so when you're incomplete.
And do 4 times.
And when you're incomplete.
Yes.
Right?
Miss from the field for TNT. Ball will stay though. Now check that. It is going to go the other way to San Miguel.
Got to be able to stay positive if you're TNT. But at the same time, you want this to hit in the gut. If you're the team that, this cannot happen. But you expect this for a team that you beat so badly in the previous game. You expect them to come back.
Eximignano and Ross, no, basically cut from the same cloth. And they have had their own battles. Like you mentioned, nung nasa Alaska pa si Eximignano. Very, very familiar with one another. For San Miguel, though, the encouraging side here is to see so many guys step up. Bukod kay Lassiter and Junmar and all those guys, as Eximignano getting that end one to fall. You know, guys like Tautua, Fajardo also looked great in this one. So dahan-dahan na yung buong puwersa ng San Miguel is starting to peak at the same time.
And you like that you can see what you've envisioned, right? Before it was just potential. Now you can see it in action. You see things falling into place. When you're complete, what kind of a team can you be? Because when you're building the team, you're like, oh, okay, we can add this guy because he can come in at this point. You know, he'll give us points in the second quarter, in the third quarter. There's a lot of planning, but you're never really sure how things will pan out.
Right.
And this is, I feel, a game that shows of San Miguel, but this is not even 100%, right? But you already see, okay, and the players will now start to understand, hey, not that difficult to win ball games if this is the way we play.
And especially if it's a healthy dose of Tautua and Fajardo. Now, as we mentioned, it's now up to TNT.
Plus the effort defensively. That's what
right.
I feel was
that's
a
the game changer.
Big difference for San Miguel. They decided to say, you know what? Let's put on our A defense in today's ball game.
The fact that they've limited TNT, as you mentioned, literally scored 100 points in their last game. Limited to only 68 just goes to show you, di naman nag-iba yung players, diba? It's really just how different everyone has looked on the defensive end.
Well, the effort that they lacked in game number 3, binuhos dito sa game number 4.
Ross trying to put the moves on Heruela, couldn't get it to fall. Good defense by Brian there. And on the other end, it's going to be a foul. Oh, could be on Chris Ross. Frustration of Chris Ross. And only Chris Ross, Dom, could get a technical foul in a game when they're up by 26 points. That's Ross. That's playoff Ross for you, Dom.
Because he's competing every single possession, not just about the basketball game.
Fourth quarter action coming your way in the semifinals. Game number 4 of TNT kontra sa San Miguel. Ngayong Sunday, get your swag on dahil ang Magic Pop 4 magpa-pop sikat na with their Pinoy hip-hop hits performance. Is it gonna be a pop or is it gonna be a flop? Kaninong pop journey ang magtatapos tonight? Abangan sa Pop Pinoy pagkatapos ng PBA sa TV5.
Ako tingin ko, Chuck, dapat sumali ka dyan.
Ang tanong, is it going to be a pop or a flop? No one wants to see a flop. unless you want to see me flop.
No.
Is that why you want me to join?
The opposite.
Kung
Doon sa mga hindi nakakaalam, napakagaling sa musika itong partner ko.
Pero hindi sa sa sasayawan. Ibang usapan yan. Terrence Romeo.
Yan ang magaling sa sayawan.
Ay, nako.
Terrence Romeo. Basketball, getting another easy layup.
Three-pointer from Brian Heruela. On the other end, 98-74. This game just praying that no one gets hurt or injured on the way to this commanding evening up of the series. Santos is back on the floor for Coach Leo Austria.
And if you're San Miguel, we keep talking about what TNT needs to do. It's not about San Miguel. You have this big lead. No let up. Right? Now you want to be able to stay aggressive all the way up to the point that when the other team, basically will just give up.
Brian Mendoza on the floor for JJ Alejandro. So Coach Chot giving his entire bench some opportunities in this ball game. How quickly things change, Nodom. Because before this game started, TNT just beat San Miguel by 17 points. And everyone was thinking that momentum has now gone to TNT. But with this win, biglang iba tabla yung series, but about TNT by like over 20 points if this lead maintains. Now you don't know who has the momentum heading into this pivotal game number 5.
The San Miguel just showed this is how good we are. Right? The first 2 games were very close. You felt that San Miguel was not yet at the game that they wanted. And I feel this is the game that they showed, okay, this is what we can do.
If you're Coach Leo Austria, though, there are a lot of proud veterans and a proud coach on that TNT side, and they're not going to let this happen again for sure. So they have to be ready for the fight back pagdating natin sa Miyerkules.
Oh, Coach Chot Reyes will definitely rile up his troops and get them prepared. Especially you have 2 days to be able to prepare for the next game. But health is definitely a concern. How healthy will the team be, boy?
They're comfortably ahead and about to even the series. Back to live action here at the Dovsu Gym in Bacolor, Pampanga. As TNT shell-shocked by an incredible scoring and defense by the San Miguel Beermen. That kind of a day for Tropang Giga as Heruela breaking that layup.
Oh, we saw earlier our Pugoy also with the same thing. Boy, 1 out of 10 in today's ball game, just 2 points.
This is, even at the start of the game, usual shots na kaya niya ipasok. Yung mga floaters, mga bank shots just were not there.
But credit the defense. I really think, San Miguel played very well defensively, especially in the first 2 quarters. Making sure that it was their way.
And that's one thing that I believe that the 5 team doesn't really get enough credit for, no? The fact that when they're all locked in, you got a Ross who can lock down any backcourt player, Lassiter who can defend multiple positions, Santos, Fajardo, of course. There's nowhere to hide against this defense of San Miguel.
Completo.
Layup for Eximeniano. Timeout on the floor. It's of the 30-second variety for San Miguel.
Well, so far in the fourth quarter, 7 points by the Beermen, and TNT.
Little bit of daylight.
From a 30-point lead, now it's a 20-point lead.
A little bit of daylight lang just for TNT, just to give themselves a little bit of encouragement heading into the pivotal game number 5. And I mentioned nga kanina, no, parang ito na yung doomsday scenario. Like, you cannot, it'll be difficult to imagine a scenario where things could go worse for TNT. So you might as well get this one out of the way, focus on what they need to improve. And they have some time now with Monday and Tuesday off to really try to bounce back against these guys like Terrence Romeo, Tautua, and Fajardo.
Well, TNT is doing it now with the guys that are coming off the bench. So they're getting burned, some burn here. And they're hoping, Coach Trott looking now at who amongst these guys can actually help out moving on into the series.
But if you're San Miguel, is there anything that you have to adjust in terms of like the schemes on offense or defense, or was it really just dahil nga nawala rin si Eram, foul trouble kaagad, nagkandara pa na yung depensa nila?
Well, they wanted to be able to, like I said, make sure that at the start of the ball game that the pace was theirs, and they wanted to be able to go down low, and they were able to do that. And then defensively, they were able to lock down and challenge every single shot, made it difficult. And once you score and the opponent cannot score, the lead gets big quick.
Mendoza had nowhere to go against the defense of the Spider-Man, and Romeo will hold. As San Miguel will try to in this commanding Game 4 win. Coming up right after this, Tautua letting it fly. Meralco Bolts and Magnolia Hotshot standing by. Magnolia trying to go up 3-1. While on the other side, Meralco Bolts got that win to get back into the series as Tautua letting it fly. We know he can shoot that thing, and got his first three-pointer of this ball game. What about Magnolia? No, Nonoy Baclao with his best game of the conference. Nards Pinto, yung mga magic bunot ni Coach Norman helped Meralco get that win.
Well, you talk about injuries as well. Meralco suffering injuries with Raymond Almazan and guys, and you know the health and safety protocols of the league have definitely affected Meralco, and you know they're happy to be able to get that win number 1. And if they're able this series today, then that's huge for the Meralco Bolts. But it's going to take another huge effort by Cliff Hodge, by Mac Bello, by guys like Pinto and Quinto to be able to bring back Meralco in the fold. Why? Even Chris Newsom, you know he's steady, you know he's the number 1 guy on that team. But the other guys need to be able to pick up from the guys that are injured or the guys that can't play.
Chris Ross will exit the game after a spectacular defensive performance, helping out on Williams and Castro to get that victory. Oh, and Magnolia as well. No, a surprising off game from Abueva. He's bound to play with a lot more force dito sa game number 4. The other side, Mendoza cannot get it to fall.
Wisely setting it up.
No reason to rush. It's happiness getting injuries in garbage time. No?
And you know, one win is system anymore here in the playoffs. So a win's a win. Doesn't matter if it's 1 point or 20 points or 30 points. But the question is, what's the objective, right? Were you able to achieve prior to the ballgame?
Well, for San Miguel, the answer is yes. I'll be spoiler alert. Come out of here and get a victory. That's really all you could ask for. Romeo, the board.
You know, simply put, they wanted to think, I feel, in this ball game, and they did.
It's a foul on top to it. It's a moving screen.
Offensive foul on number 33, Moises.
As Vaughn is trying to get that bucket to fall. 105 to 83. Duty foul pala yung binigay niya ng Tito Tua para makalis na ng game. And mop-up duties by the second unit of San Miguel. Alejandro penetrating, no go. Coach Leo Ostreno, before this game, no, nagsasabi na, after that loss to TNT, how would San Miguel respond? How would they be able to find a solution really to slow down TNT? And you gotta love the response of SMB is to just stick it to really what has brought them so much championship glory. Last 2 minutes ng larong ito, atin sa inyo ng Cobra, the #1 energy drink. Angat ang lakas mo.
Basically, from guys saying, oh, maybe doubting the capability of San Miguel, to all of a sudden reminding everybody that, you know,
This works. This still works.
Did you forget?
Yeah. This still works. This stuff, this Fab Five that we call it. Ito yung mga ano ito yung mga tanong. And I asked you this. I think I asked also other. In the case of TNT, Zamar knocks down the 3. Would you have rather lost like this or by a buzzer beater nung kay Marshall Lassiter sa game #2? Which one is more painful in your eyes?
A loss is a loss.
Either way.
Right? A loss is a loss. And like I said, since this is the playoffs, it's still one game. Right? But end of the day, mentally, what does it... this game tells you that we gotta wake up. There's a lot of things to do. Because when you... it feels like, oh, you know what? That effort that I gave, I just need to do that same effort, or that game plan pretty much worked. But when you get blown out like this, you know that there are adjustments that needed to be made, or that need to be made.
Well, TNT will have some time to to move on from this game and to just and hopefully also for guys like Boy Aram to get healthy, because they need him in a big way. Zamar no go on the triple. A banana loose ball. It goes to Pesumal. Vaughn, second serving, looking like a power forward in the paint. And Pesumal also came from a good basketball program, gets that shot to fall.
Definitely. And Vaughn Pesumal is a guy that, you remember, he was a guy that was coming off the bench already. But when they brought in CJ Perez, he's not now the first guy off.
But for SMB, it's all about the greater good and all about getting the W and they move one step closer to return to the finals as they get their second win of the semifinals. And take a look at this nifty move from Vaughn Pesumal. Lakas move na ito, headed sa inyo ng Cobra, the #1 energy drink. Angat ang lakas mo. That kind of a game for San Miguel, as everyone contributing at a high level. The reason why they have picked up a 26-point victory, 116 to 90 is your final score. The series is now tied at 2 games apiece. We had to look for a outstanding performer for this game. It was difficult dahil sa dami na nag-excel, but at the end of the game, this guy was just a game changer from the start to finish in his best game of the conference so far.
Motau Tua, 25 points, 10 of 13 from the free throw line, 7 of 9 from the field, plus added 9 rebounds for Motau Tua, 10 in the first and 9 in the second. and just making things easy. And like you said, greater good. That's what Mo Tautua is all about. He has embraced this role that he has. When he needs to score, he'll score. When he needs to defend, he'll defend. Or he'll just cut to the basket, do whatever asked of him by the coaching staff, understanding that when he does his role, they will win.
And now, we mentioned tabla na ang semifinal series ng TNT at saka San Miguel 2-2. And of course, we are still getting ready for the matchup of Meralco kontra sa Magnolia. That is going to be happening.